where crimes are baked in every show, mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We say it's time to go. Listen to this battering news, mix the story, solving the lies in this cage, and secrets are broken with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the blues, defy the rules, with a spark in our eyes. In broken rise, broken rise. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And Mo today is Lieutenant Goodhair.
Yes, with the silky shirt, because who wouldn't want to wear this out
I remember
right off their bed? Just
I remember satin sheets and those shirts in the 90s. You sweated like a pig. And at the same time, that was just about the time where the fake leather pants was a thing.
oh
I
yeah,
couldn't wear them. I'm too fat to wear. I have big thighs. Big thighs save lives. So I couldn't wear them, but the amount of friends I have had who wore leather pants in the summer, and sometimes you could see it drip out the pants leg.
yeah. That's. I'm not willing to go that far for fashion.
How long till Boone Theater will start? Well, hopefully we'll get right to it, which we won't because they will. By the way, can we check the weather report? I heard there's a hurricane coming next year. Could we please delay the court because of that? Oh my!
Ooh,
Incoming dumpster fire. Exactly, Kestrel.
yes.
Red glossy shirt.
Oh,
No. I wore oversized pants because I was a hippity hopper. I was a
he was a
skater boy.
break
Except
dancer.
see me later. No, I was a skater. I wasn't a breaker.
Oh, the Junko jeans. So they were all of this huge.
Yes, we had. We couldn't really get them, and I didn't have money, so we just bought normal jeans and sewed in this much fabric. Well, my mom wouldn't do it because you look like a hoodlum, so I had my friend's mom do it. So, and you had to
Basic
have
mom.
your belt tightened in because they ripped the pants all the way down, so you also had this much extra in the waist, so you had all this cramped up material. Oh, there was a reason that she said "see you later, boy" to the skater boy back then.
Yeah. Okay, Baker, we've had lunch. We've had time to process this. Why does Sarah need to touch the suitcase again?
Because apparently Jess have informed me that she had heard from someone in court that she has been allowed to go around and manipulate the evidence, put up pictures of herself, which will be a other disaster because there will be so many objections because she will try and put in all the wrong pictures, I bet you. But at some point she will throw the suitcase on the floor and do something. My money is I will have a dinner with Grant Doink the Clown at his favorite eating hole, McDonald's. I will sponsor that for you, for him, and whoever wins the competition. That she will try and get into the suitcase.
Oh, dear Jesus, Mary and Joseph. This is gonna be or she's gonna show how his hand appeared and she was super de duper scared, like, for her life.
Sure. Yeah, she will be. But Your Honor is. I was very corpus mentis because I used to be a snake tamer back in high school. So I have the body of a snake, and look, this is how he was laying. And then she will lay kind of like if I tried to get into this suitcase, probably with half a shoulder inside it, and rest it'll just be my fat body sprayed on the floor. And then do like this. See, I can clearly manipulate the he wanted to be unalived. He didn't want to he was suicidal, Your Honor. He was
Well, but how will that square with the, heart attack and possible aneurysm and his teeth falling out? I mean,
well, I'm have you heard about squaring the circle? I
I
know it's a
have.
wrestling ring, but because that's a squared circle. I don't know. But other than that, I think stupidity will be the answer to much of the questions we might have.
And thank you for becoming a member, Terry. I will get your little tag going. So I try to fight with this hair.
I have my first poll question. Will she try and get in the suitcase? More baby oil. I would need all of P. Diddy's baby oil to get in there. Probably a few of his drugs to break my hips and break my legs just to get in there.
Yeah, I have no idea what is going on in this courtroom other than the fact that no one seemed to know. The defense is like, did we have a hearing today? Were we going to go to trial today? Like, oh, I'm supposed to have witnesses set up? Oh, well, who would have told me that?
Yeah, they can be here next week. And just finally got the divorce letter in Sarah's divorce case to Brian.
Ooh.
There will be a reading of those, probably at some point where we have a down period, maybe a verdict watch. I don't foresee verdict watch will be going 4 hours in this case. Hey, my Mini 67, thank you for watching on the sidelines. When alone with Sarah and the suitcase is the only viable escape from her nagging, I can see someone fleeing voluntarily into a Samsonite.
True. Also, can we talk about the lawyer? Like, why are we even here? George was drunk, but he got into the suitcase willingly.
Yeah, but you still left him there. Will the judge allow it? He will allow her to manipulate the evidence. Whatever that means, I don't know. I think there will be I'll bet you there will be an objection if she tries to put herself into it. But I would pay for you and Doink the Clown to go to McDonald's, and I would even pay for him to have a what's it called, big sized meal and
Ooh.
a milkshake, so he can eat for the first time this month because the rest he smoked.
Okay,
I would
have a
go that far.
question. Will Doink be required to wear deodorant and have had a shower within the last fortnight?
You don't ruin a man's mojo.
Or funk? I mean,
That's part of his mojo.
ugh. I mean,
Well,
good luck with that.
it looks like his chances with that Gitani chick is drying up, so he's got to go for something new. That lady that was like a stepmom to Melody think it was her dead husband's pew that was you. Oh, yeah. Recovery addict was on Runkle last night saying that he had mentioned it and that lady was watching his show and came forward and said, yeah, by the way, I'm missing a 38. Never really thought about when the police interviewed her, telling them that Yeah, I have a 357 and a 38. I can't find my snub note 38. But then Recovery Addict mentioned it, and apparently she contacted the lawyers. So maybe Crazy LawTube has helped something with the case. Oh, she's beautiful, that little
Yeah,
intern.
I like her better than Jersey Shore's The Remembering.
Yeah, the guy who was just standing there this morning thinking, that's the last 3-day bender I'm going on in a long time.
He did look like he had a touch of like The Morning After, because those eyes were dark. He was like, oh, I can't.
She should have went to the corner of the roof instead of into the suitcase to avoid a nagging woman. She just left out the front door. I always had, whenever crisis has arrived, I had a buddy of mine. I could borrow a couch. It's way easier than getting into a suitcase. If you
Sure.
had the pleasure to clean an ice cream machine once, odds are you'll never touch it again. Well, it has to live up to the health and safety standards, so I'm not
Hey,
that
I
worried.
used to work at a custard shop. They didn't trust me to clean out the machine because our manager lost a fingertip, and apparently us high schoolers could also not be trusted. So
we didn't really hear what the state's motion was, so it was a little hard to have any concrete, because he said we're not going to discuss it now. We'll discuss it later. So what, if any? And Jess haven't found it yet, so I can't really discuss anything. I don't know what it's about. If she gets in the suitcase, I will die. That is so revolting. She shouldn't be allowed to touch it. Jorge's blood and other bodily fluids are in it. Oh, she's talking to someone. Oh, she's so beautiful. And she got a new blazer. This one fits her better.
I mean, they've done their best to. I think having a solid color scheme is probably better. Not that snake skin, whatever she was going to have.
Yeah.
They've done their best on getting her out of, making her as presentable as she's going to be. Again, for me as a juror, if I watched those videos and the interrogation, she doesn't seem remorseful. She doesn't seem scared. She doesn't seem, terrified. And I'll be looking for her testimony to kind of, okay, well, maybe she just doesn't express herself well. Maybe, again, she was under high stress and she can understand and answer that. But I don't think that this is going to be the game changer they think it's going to be.
No.
On the defense.
And Moniji, I would put I don't understand the over-under because I haven't bet in a long time. I'm way too fond of betting.
Back on the record, case number 2020,
But
2603.
when she goes on cross,
Let me get appearances.
Drunky the Bear will show up.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. County Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working laundry.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior
We
to
had
the
a
overt
ruling.
act. And there's two reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me."
No, choke
And
me.
then
Choke me.
some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but it related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law in Oklahoma.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916-7 at 1.7.
What's that body language? I know I just said an hour ago that body language is like believing in horoscopes, but
Yeah, but what is he like? He's like, no, you go tell him now. He doesn't like me. It's biasness against me.
yeah, can we just try another thing? I don't have any case law. I don't have anything. Maybe if it's if we get the black lawyer, we can claim racism. He seems so. How
Well, isn't she testifying in narrative form? So he won't be able to guide her through anything from what
No.
I was understanding.
Yeah. And she has a stack of papers that she will probably read from, which I would, if I was the state, I would object to, because she don't need to refresh her memory. It's her memory.
760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive
She's not facing an imminent threat.
the overt
He
act
asked
on the
if this was
part
intertwined
of
with the
George
first one.
Torres
That's a yes. You
that was witnessed by
lying liar,
Sarah
Tim.
Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And
Thank you, Anna Moody, for putting a little more in the swear jar. I think it'll be warranted today.
to some degree, you have
Yes.
to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented,
It's exactly the same argument you just gave.
facing
Yes.
the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be.
He brought it home. She was with him at Publix. And thank you, Hey Joe, for a Suitcase super sticker.
Again, this is the same daggone argument. This is the same argument. It was bring out the overt action or the overt act. This is, he's already made his ruling. I have a very nice bottle of peach cider that I will be opening up once I get the boys home, because I have to freaking tell the youngest, most feral his Bible verse that he has to remember, and, you know, help with homework too. But yeah, we need some.
What, if any, Bible verse is it? And is it one of those Jamie knows? Because he has motions, because they Deuteronomy, always Deuteronomy. Jamie's favorite part of the Bible. That's the story about Adam and
Yes.
Eve. Because he wants to be allowed to start off her testimony by saying he was treating her like a piñata. He has now been overruled 3 times today on the exact same arguments that he's trying to do one more time.
A good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will.
Thank you, GLA, for supporting Mo. She is just having a
Yes.
short break.
Yes, I was writing down and I forgot I put my camera
expert.
off.
React to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive
He was hyper
to
drunk.
danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt
Universe.
act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act.
He wasn't drunk. He had a 0.13. In Denmark, that would be a 1.3. We do it differently. But he wasn't drunk. At this moment, if Mo opens her pink cider, they will be at a 1.3. That's because he's a little sensitive to the alcohol. But just by the fumes alone, he would hit a 1.3. He wasn't massively drunk. He would be roughly the same as you if you had had 5-6 beers. If you're a little woman, probably 4 beers.
Created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres
Self-restraint
in
would
the
mean she
suitcase, to
restrained
actually
herself.
use the
She's
bat
never been
Yeah.
to
able.
prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't
The judge
remember
watching Plinko.
battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. And she starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video was because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. But the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony.
At this point, the judge pulling a pew-pew and self-defending him against Owens would... I'll allow it.
Me too.
Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment. But it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath.
No.
She's under oath today.
Well,
She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that. Those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated, the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk
No,
about
she
any
doesn't.
prior bad acts or
Nope.
anything of that nature
No.
until we
No.
talk about the actual event,
Holland.
the attack.
Holland.
That's what he just damn
Read
said.
Holland.
You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
But over under on her starting with saying he got so violent when he was drunk. She didn't understand that.
She has no idea what's going on, and her lawyers aren't the one to help her.
Yeah, she should be questioned, not narrative. But he can't do that because then he would be abetting her in a lie. No, he's not going to allow this BS. He said you can't talk about character evidence because of Holland. Yes, it was unintentional, intentional self-defense.
State to recognize our jury.
Yeah.
Defense to recognize our jury. I thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hand.
The ruling was they are not allowed to bring in all of this crap that he was beating her all the time and she was in fear of her life. They have now tried to get a permission from the judge to bring it in since this trial started. And he have ruled every time that prior acts, character evidence is not allowed under Holland. Holland hasn't changed. There hasn't been a new ruling from Supreme Court, so they will get the same answer no matter how they disguise their question. But, yeah.
To confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Boony, 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 boony. When she says, I do, the chance of God striking her on the spot.
That's pretty busy here. The world's a lot crazy, but I would take time out of my day if I were the Lord. So I'd say, let's hope.
The defense wants prior bad acts to prove she had battered spouse syndrome.
I do.
Hi, ma'am, you can take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
Jesus, Mary.
Can you sit and say your name and spell it for us? Sarah Boone 101077.
She excels at everything she does.
I have to leave my house tomorrow at 6 a.m. We're going to have so many breaks that I will go straight from the studio into my car.
Pretty much.
SARABOONE.
I thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay.
So she's not
And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
But so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were?
Well, she was just admonished that she can't blurt out, but she will accidentally say, oh, it was Sunday. That's his normal. I'm going to go to your knees with a hammer day. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I wasn't allowed to say that. So she will blurt it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The year?
Yeah. Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just.
This face is a face of a woman who will go over to the state table and put that prosecutor in a suitcase. And I love he's gonna bring out Drunky the Bear with his objections. They trained her,
but
they
it's
schooled her, but
also-
they didn't school her well enough because old Sarah is still in there.
She doesn't know when she got married to Brian. She is so pickled beyond all, anything. She is like, we were married like around the time that like someone died or something, but February.
Yeah.
Gonna go with July.
I think the priest was
Mm.
Pisces. Maybe Cancer.
Just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes,
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George
I
Torres?
thought that as well.
Yes.
Or could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
I'm trying to patch stuff up, so I'm leaving the home and getting drunk.
I was trying to buck up. You mean pull myself? Buck up just is such a odd phraseology because I imagine bucking up to someone where you go chest to chest. So maybe that was her mating dance, just a little boob poppage as she's walking into the bar, and George was like, "Who the hell is that snack?"
Yeah, well, she could do the flippity flap because she had the length to do that.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met George
Someone
Torres.
lives there. It was sold.
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart.
Sarah, as a handsome, funny, smart person, we all want you.
And
I'm
I
holding myself back right
would
now.
show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair. And I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
Okay. So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George, and my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes,
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
for the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there.
Isn't that a relationship? Hey, we have $1,500 in rent. I pay $750, you pay $750. It's not something we make an agreement that I don't have to argue with you every month that you pay half the rent. You just put up a shared account. Both of you deposit
Yeah.
$750 the day before the rent is due.
Well, and then how did his name get on the lease if he wasn't paying anything consistently?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Hopefully
our
have some fun
pause
with
game
it.
is great,
Okay.
though.
And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No,
no, I have it at 1.25, so she is a little sped up.
I would consider
Let's
us
wait till
a
we
couple.
catch up.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up?
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had
While
actually
you were living
agreed
with
to
your
marry?
husband?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
This is going to be worse than I expected. Owens are asking
Yeah.
stupid questions, and she is way too confident. Look at that smug face.
Yeah, but okay, I was a sheltered person until I had to, get my own place, but I wouldn't consider getting my own place meaning that my ex-husband's paying for it. She's not a strong, independent woman now that, her alimony and whatever the sale of the house was.
Check the rule.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs. February. So y'all had gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into.
He didn't have a job. You told us he was constantly looking for jobs.
I am okay.
We have you on video saying he was downstairs looking for work. That's what he always did because he didn't have a job. That's in your interrogation video. You watched it yesterday.
The state attorney is just writing stuff down to go after her. He is like,
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm just waiting, and I came downstairs, made a cup of coffee, he punched me in the face like he always did, or something like that. Oh, by the way, sorry, I can't say that.
Cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to
Fine.
pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes,
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken you all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
Yes.
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
How do you relax
Yes,
from being
we
unemployed?
had half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So
Didn't the receipt say 5:30?
Yeah.
No, it was white wine. It was Chardonnay.
y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car,
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
Now, I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
tell
you,
us what you
Brian.
did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it's not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I
Or
do.
did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume
One
as
of the
well,
dogs
correct?
couldn't see you
Yes.
smoke, and the other one couldn't hear
Did
you.
y'all take the dogs out?
The one is
Oh, yes.
hear no evil.
Is there
one
a place for them to do their
speak
business
or
out
see no evil. We just need a mute dog for bark no evil.
Yeah, it's. Oh.
This woman.
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
there? So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, you know, things upcoming. You know, we both were looking for a job, and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And,
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something that.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes,
Is that
after
a question?
I believe it was after we.
Those were 3 leading statements that weren't a question in a row.
I think it's because the narrative. He's allowed to lead her.
Okay.
I think that's why he's asking the questions. So there is a narrative, and he's allowed to lead her through it. I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows the trouble I see.
It was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside, because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay. Now, where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s, and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right. Now, whose phone were y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was, because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes?
yes,
Text messages?
yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
And how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay,
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George.
That's such a weird sentence. You said that twice now. A change of scenery. You don't get a change of If I go out in my garden, it'll take me 10 steps. It'll be my garden. I can sit out there. And drink and smoke and see the dogs run around in the garden. Then I can make a change of scenery going into my living room, which is 2 steps from where I have my garden furniture. I can't smoke inside because that's not allowed, but I can still sit and drink and look at the dogs running around outside in the garden. It's not a change of scenery. A change of scenery is if I leave my house and go to the beach or
Well,
go
but
into town.
also this is very much her direction. So what was she seeing within George that was like, okay, you've had enough fun in the dartboard, young man. If we're gonna get you to bed tonight, we gotta do some other stuff.
Yeah, you can't use the iPad anymore.
Yeah, it does not sound like two people in a grown relationship. I could say to Mr. Mo, "Hey, would you like to I'm coming inside. If you'd like to come inside with me, but I'm done,
Yeah.
outside."
Yeah, it's too hot. I'm
I would
going
never
inside.
Yeah, I would never tell him, "Mr. Mo, you need a change of scenery," and drag him in to help me do stuff.
Yeah, and again, what does she do when she changes his scenery? She aggravate him by saying, call your kids," because she knew they didn't like it when he called them drunk, and she forces them. She's nagging
Yeah.
him all the time, saying, "He's such a bad dad. You should call. I'm getting Lucas tomorrow. Lucas love mommy. Why don't you
Yeah.
call your kids? See if they want to talk to you. Lucas likes me."
Yeah, or she'll call his family members to accuse him of the latest thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because her change of scenery is let's start drama. She's just like those stupid YouTubers who can't do but without starting drama, yelling about others to get clout. She should be a YouTuber.
Would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? Do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
Yes.
Okay. So over the course of that.
Again, we have the interrogation. I can't, I won't, I don't drink. She's just showing off how she would have been better saying we were massive alcoholics and had a very abusive relationship. And yes, I wanted to drink. I was an alcoholic. I made so many bad mistakes at that point. That's why my marriage didn't work. That's why I had so much trouble getting up and get to Lucas, as my husband told you about. Sadly, I also was impaired and got into a bad relationship. I think that would have been a better way into all of this than all of the crap they tried to put in there. Yeah, he stole his debit card. And thank you, Liku,
And
for
drove
giving a
drunk.
membership to Rachel.
Evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have.
Are you living with an autistic child, or are you living with a boyfriend?
Yeah, I would never use this phraseology with a partner I felt equal with.
This is the weirdest thing I ever heard. I was trying to focus him. I was trying to blah blah blah. He's a grown-up man. You are two alcoholics, and I was doing everything to. You were drunk like a skunk. We've heard the video. Oh.
Have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
Do you like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and, paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I can believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Oh, both of them.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what? I think the jury has seen pictures of your. Would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here.
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and
You donated a
understand
dilapidated
y'all kept the
suitcase.
suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you were gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height, and
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes,
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
yes,
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
yes,
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, it just kind of, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Thank you, KDP. I'm not diagnosing him. Some alcoholics will do anything to cover up their drinking, even as they are drinking in front of you. In Sarah's case, she is just an idiot for thinking she can get away with this. Katie, I think you just diagnosed her correctly. She is an idiot.
Yeah. So she's moving it around. George is fine. She's like giggling, laughing. So we already understand that she is, so from her own testimony, she is already pissed off because in her mind or her story that she's telling us, she wants to get to bed. She's tired. She is already setting up that she is pissed off at him to a mild degree already. She has also explained that she is well within her cups right now.
Yeah. Well, we got to the suitcase part rather fast.
Well, yeah, they have to get it out soon before they can give out the whole George was so mean to me.
Yeah, but let's get to the overt acts, which isn't there because he was inside the suitcase.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top.
Yes.
On top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
That's something.
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over, so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the I guess the
You
jest
stood up
in
there
it
for about an hour.
him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to.
You were sitting there slurring your words. You didn't have the ability to speak to anyone in any way. You didn't. I hate this.
No, not to mention that is forcible confinement. I knew he couldn't get anywhere. I was going to make him listen to me.
Yeah.
As a juror, I'm hearing, okay, I shepherded him, I controlled him, I made him move scenery, and I was already getting irritated because I wanted to get my son tomorrow. He didn't want to go to bed. I'm pissed off. I see him in there. I close him up, and then I have a captive audience. This is
Yeah. I was mean, and I wanted him to feel how mean I really was.
Do.
yeah.
Do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember video things?
I do not.
So
Then how do you know that you wanted a captive audience, that you wanted to tape a conversation you had so you could show him how bad he acted the day after? Lady,
Yeah, make it make sense.
yeah, she's such a, in her mind, this makes perfect sense.
from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
Why did you say all that?
No, this isn't narrative, but it's very leading. And I don't know, they must have made some kind of agreement that this is how they're going to do it or something. I don't know why. But again, where is the self-defense part in any of what she just did? And don't sit there with that smirky little smile when you just said, yes, I intentionally unalive George because I wanted to show him how bad he was. Even though I was so hammered, I didn't know I wanted to show him how bad he was.
Well, and don't gloss over, you said some things that you shouldn't have. The man was begging for his life.
Yeah.
I don't care. She could have said F you 9 ways to Sunday if she had gotten him out of the zipper or out of the suitcase. Like, I wouldn't have cared what she said. But this is such a cockamamie story.
Yeah, and Liku, you're right. If she just admitted guilt and took the plea deal, we wouldn't hate her as much.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain?
She doesn't remember making the video. She can't testify to what she was feeling at that time.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can square that circle.
I really hope that the cross will hammer on these points.
I'm just hoping the cross doesn't start until I'm back, because I am getting ready to head out to get the youngest, most ferals. I will be in chat as I am at a safe place to do it, but don't state, let her bloviate for another hour, because you know we're going to.
See you in a bit.
Okay, thank you guys.
Bye.
Explain that to the jury. You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that? Or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point,
Sarah,
you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video. It was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling.
None of what you have testified to so far shows any immediate danger. You have a phone. You have dialed 911 at least 4 times before and haven't George taken away from the house. Why didn't you do it that night? Why all of a sudden, after you had him confined in a small space, did you feel the need to do this instead of all the other times where he was freely walking around in the house, where you called the police and had them take him away? Why all of a sudden was this the night where you couldn't do that? As a jury, I would be looking at her with disgust right now.
Him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
He's not doing
And you went
anything
the
to you.
suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
She was saying, please stop doing this to me. It's always about Sarah.
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
Thank
I'm
you,
guessing yes.
sweet
Now,
2.5
that?
pound baby Jesus in a tuxedo t-shirt. This is better and stupider.
Yes, I bought it
than
for
I
my
thought.
son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then.
So
No, you didn't, Sarah. I know you're not an student athlete, but you poking his hand like this. Oh, get in there. MG will testify to this. He used to be a baller. He used to play baseball. If you poke him like this, it will not leave a big abrasion on the back of his hand, especially when it's flopping around trying to get out of a suitcase and you are standing there poking it. You took that baseball bat and swung it like it was the bottom of the ninth, and even though Jesus can't hit a curveball, he tried. Or you tried that day.
So grip here.
Prodded at it, yes.
You grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
This is the dumbest. Bradley Yawn seems intelligent next to you,
You made those
Sarah.
injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes.
We see the
At
bruising.
no point
Is
were
that
you in
from that
danger.
bat?
In no point.
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, did you remember zipping it up some? Or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
Yeah, she's just admitted to assault. Besides the leaving him in a suitcase to positionally asphyxiate, she just admitted to assault.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
Yeah, she had a split decision.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah,
yes.
had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
And in the police interview, you said 2 fingers. Oh.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
It
Were
doesn't
you trying
matter.
to kill him?
Accidents.
Did you want to
then you're going for an accident. You're not going for self-defense. Am I totally, MG, tell me what this lawyer is trying to get out of her.
Kill it.
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
That's also afraid.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
That's what I'm saying. And Ashley Benefield didn't get it. At least she had pew-pews around, going wildly around the house. She will now try to get an overt act in, which I can't see any overt acts because he hadn't threatened her all day. She was just terrified because she knew that voice. Yeah. And you went to bed. By the way, anyone who has dogs, if someone was lying in a suitcase in my living room and I went to bed, Molly would be yapping at that suitcase. This entire story seems so amazingly far-fetched.
Mr. Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening her, threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And it.
These words are between he was begging for his life. Then and you can hear how he's just lost. Sarah, help me, Sarah. And then he just rage monstered, said, I'm gonna effing kill you. And then he went back to Sarah. Lady, tu suis un idiot.
That's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try
He didn't do anything to you.
his best that night to probably take my life.
I'm gonna find some money.
The threat you heard was
He's going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Yes.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Now I paid the swear jar. How effing stupid do you think the jury is? And at this point, is Owens setting her up for failure? He's such a big lady in French that she thinks that him yelling at her after she confined him to a small space is the same.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as
please
possible.
tear him
Again, simple
one
instruction that
by
I've given you. Please not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
This is worse than. Have anyone thought it was going to be this bad? Owens, what are you doing?
Let me see. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
The state will make a motion that they can't bring up battered spouse syndrome because there's no overt act in any of this.
During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in
She hasn't been in the same zip code as reality the last many years.
fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being.
Thank you. Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroversial.
Yes, the state proved their case the second that they showed the video of her laughing at her husband dying in a suitcase. Yes.
That George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video was turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did.
No, she's actively mocking him, saying, this is how I feel when you cheat on me. So she knows he's in discomfort, that he's not in a good position. That's not the boy crying wolf. Mr. Owens, you are the Daryl Brooks of bad people.
Not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involved.
But she doesn't tell him how she feels. She mocks him. She mocks a dying man. Oh,
their relationship.
I need more in this radio.
A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontributed. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats, he got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm.
No.
She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat.
No. No. I'm sorry, y'all. This is stupidity. She didn't block any attacks. He was in a suitcase with his hand waving. She had plenty of time to get away, call the police. He hadn't touched her. Even if he had said nasty words to her, there was no blocking of any attacks because waving his hands to try to get out of a suitcase is not in any way an attack. This is so dumb that I think Bradley Yawn made more sense than Mr. Owens. And thank you, Jess, for another contribution to the swear jar fund. I'm really losing it right now.
Hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase.
That's not what she
Eventually,
said.
she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up.
If you don't hit the like button, Baker won't drink on a Tuesday. Baker won't drink anyway. But thank you so much, Brandon. I hope your grills are getting nice.
She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, "I'm gonna fucking end it for you," or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime. Now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have...
You don't trust your own bullshit. Come on.
Created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'd get a couple of examples.
Yeah, please do.
Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So, of course, the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think.
But she doesn't do that. She
Similar
leaves
to the
him there.
actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed. Based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
That was possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. She physically restrained him. Then she got on the couch talking to him. Then he got mad and said, I want to get out of here. Then she had to restrain him so he wouldn't attack her. Because when she restrained him to begin with, she didn't mention, I zipped him up there because he was going to attack me. Is this the real world? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a line of an escape to reality. I can't remember the song. You read a lot of my chats. Had to be way down on the dumbest. Well, Brandon, your chats are always of the highest calibers. Yeah, and it's absolutely not the same stories he told to the cops. This is... I said it when we started today. We will now hear the 27th different story Sarah Boone have told. Remember, story number 1. We were playing hide and seek. I put him in the suitcase. 911 call. Story number 2. It's been a good day. We were having fun. We were playing hide and seek. I forgot he was in the suitcase. Told to both the body cam and the detectives. Then at the police station, I thought he was crying wolf after she sees the videos, which is a stupid statement because if he's crying wolf, you must know that he has been in that suitcase before and can clearly breathe. There's no reason to think that he would ever die. That any reasonable person... Shut up.
For watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what?
Guess what? This is just... Can this lawyer get in trouble for stating something? I know he has to help his defendant, but this is so far out of the line that he shouldn't be allowed to say crap like this. This is stupid beyond dumb. I'm so sorry to say it, but this is some of the worst argumentary, Jamie, I've ever heard anywhere. He tried 5 times today to get the right to put in an overt act that never was overt, which he should know better. That he should know isn't anywhere near that. And now he's claiming that because she locked him in a suitcase and if he got out and he got mad at her, she could pre-unalive him. That's like the judge says, or the state says, if I threaten you and you unalive me, you didn't do anything wrong. Hey, little D, also a little contribution to the swear jar. It's needed today. I am really hot under the collar. Some of you ladies are hot all over. Sorry, shouldn't say stuff like that. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. Because easy come, easy go. It's frivolous. Yeah. It's... I thought I was going to hear stupid, but this is next level. At this point, when Bradley Yawn said, Your Honor, I know my cousin is an idiot, he made more sense than this guy did. Well, I was already sexually aroused because of seeing her. And now with Mr. Owens clearly setting traps for her. I'm thinking Mr. Owens is out to get Sarah. He's part of those YouTubers who just want to make money off of her and trying to ruin her good name. Not intentional should just be the answer. We had joy, we had fun, we had woodspits in the sun, but the drunk was no fun, and the suitcase sipped up life, and now George is gone. I can't remember that song. Good one, Hey Joe. Judge is probably going to let this all slide just to get it over with and to make sure there's no argument they could save her. I don't think he's been ruling against them all day long, but they have to. He has to look at the case law. Yeah, but again, he has to rule by the book, and that's not this. This judge wants to make sure Sarah never gets out of jail. I don't think he has a personal interest in it, but I think he has a personal interest in following the letter of the law so she has no appeals. Lawyers do what they do. As I said before, when I asked my brother about jury duty, he told me, get ready to lock people up, see you tomorrow, and my call isn't till... Well, as long as it's not you getting locked up. Imagine Brandon getting a case where they're sequestered for a month. I want to be on that jury. That hotel stay is going to be fun. We're going to sneak in some unfortunate ladies who we will save from college. Yes, I am fired up because this is stupidity. We have been speculating, what is she going to say? How is she going to try and spin this? And spinning it by saying his hand trying to get out of a suitcase that she forcefully put him in is self-defense is about as stupid as people saying, well, clearly the road handles that I go 30 over the speed limit while drunk because no one else driving here. Officer, can't you see? It's reasonable. Crispy Bacon, a super sticker with a little pear. Thank you so much, Crispy. Yeah, we should all drink a glass of moonshine and use that as a square jar. Put him in the suitcase, pulled the zipper now, and went to bed. Yeah, she was so afraid she had to go to bed. It's just, how can you go in there trying to claim self-defense when, I wasn't scared, I was terrified, so I went to bed. Slept till 1 o'clock the next day. I was so deadly afraid that I slept 12 hours. I don't sleep 12 hours on a good day. Woo.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Shore on behalf of the state. We engage the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction.
Come on.
An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order, state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So
Totally agree. It's stupidity. She thinks she's the smartest person in the room, in any room. She is the opposite. Yes, she is.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it? First is,
Yeah, but the state is just going to hit her harder.
Okay, it's 4 pictures involving injuries to her leg. Her leg.
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate depiction, etc. is laid, we don't have a specific objection to case.
Okay.
Identification, defense identification, composite L, 2 photographs of a burn to the
Yeah.
leg.
This is
That's
an
L, correct?
oversensitive judge.
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate depiction, we have no specific objection.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M,
They are calling
For
Brian,
identification?
apparently.
2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Because the relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that.
And the big problem is now they're going to put in everything. Oh, he didn't like dogs. He didn't like that. He didn't do that. The only thing I hope for is the state is going to object the ever-loving crap out of it. And when they go on cross, he'll just snap on the good old TSA glove and say, "Hey, Sarah, we're not using lube for this cross-examination."
One of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Judge, this is where he took a bat. It's 5 photographs where he took a bat to the TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation is established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on State's Exhibit 2. We're not going to do that
Okay.
as long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P, is 2 photographs of an incident in which.
No objection as long as foundation is laid, etc.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Now, these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the like stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn. This was I think a slap or something, and it came to the leg, not the burn.
Okay. No objection to foundation laid.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R,
No objection as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S
Same for S.
for identification,
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Same for T.
T,
No objection by the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for U.
No objection from the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U. Same for V.
Same for W.
But how is him beating up a television the same as beating up a person? It seems like he takes his anger out of stuff. And again, can we get into Sarah's prior acts now too? Well, it's because they had to establish foundation to get it in.
It's one of the other. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, identification, okay,
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
So in terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence,
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle, the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X. Defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, same photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
So, like D, identification.
same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
Well, if they can bring up his prior bad acts, shouldn't they be able to bring up her prior acts? Ask if she ever attacked George and stuff like that. Probably should, because again, if you open the door on one, you should open the door on both.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
They can't bring back Brian Boone.
Same as T.
Friends have him on recall.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Let's wait till cross until we heard Sarah. We have heard Sarah on the videos. That they get to show a few videos and say George hammered a TV and said bad things to the dogs doesn't give her again. Go back to Sarah Benefield. Go back to the Benefield trial. She had way more to explain why she had to self-defend herself, and she got she should have had a sentence today, but that got delayed.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the two dogs?
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B.
What does the dog picture prove?
Same.
It was, as defense counsel, relative to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens.
No, sir.
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right, Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
Let's get stupid back.
One more.
Sure.
Yes, it is. Ryan will be called by the defense, is what they say, and they want to treat him as a hostile witness. They talk about that after he was on the stand. No, of course not. He was such a meanie. But we just heard her testify. She could steer him all day long while he was drunk.
Okay,
All of a
if
sudden,
we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Jury entering.
State, you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
she won't get away with this. There's still the two videos. Listen to them again, and she's gone. I bet you if they can, the state will try and play them for her.
Ms. Boone, so I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Finally, not intentionally. This, we are right back to where the jury would sit there and say, she was deadly afraid, but she went to bed and slept for 12 hours. She was deadly afraid, didn't call the police. She was deadly afraid. She had to beat him with a bat. She was deadly afraid, called her ex-husband. She was deadly afraid. She took a 12-hour nap. Again, all of this BS, battered spouse syndrome. Whenever she starts testifying, it's just stupidity.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he?
but not intentional has been there the entire time. And again, the state just have to really emphasize that during closing.
You call
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
him at 3 that afternoon,
Correct.
and he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment.
You called him at 11:30 the night before. In your little brain, I know the squirrels are fighting over the peanut, but do you understand that you have either to be the bestest mom ever, who was deadly afraid the night before, but now I don't want to talk to my ex-husband. You just want to call him last night to get you out of trouble with George. Now you don't want to talk to him because he doesn't understand I'm doing things around the house. You're not doing shit. We passed 2 hours. I'm sorry, Mo, if you get demonetized. You're not doing shit in your life. You are a drunk who sits on your ass all day long, leeching off of Brian's money, beating on George, creating drama with every single person who has ever been connected to you. You ruined your son's life by only thinking about little poor Sarah. You would rather sit on a bench in your workout clothes, drinking beer, than stay at home and be a mom. You are absolutely one of the worst persons I have ever covered. The more I hear you understand, the more you are getting close to getting in the Adam Montgomery category of defendants I've watched. You are a narcissistic B-word who doesn't think on anyone else but yourself. And all you want to do right now is to lie your ass off, get out of there, get back to drinking, getting back to get Brian to pay for your lifestyle, because never in your entire life have you ever had one little shred of decency. Never took responsibility for any of your actions. I would go F yourself, but hopefully someone in prison will when you go away for life.
And looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it rain, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch. He would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase. And
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the...
Why didn't you see it? It was right beneath the stairs from your upstairs. We saw where it was placed. I'm guessing Jamie was right when she said yesterday she slept on the couch.
bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast, and
You weren't a gas. You know, a gasp.
I just can't describe the feeling. It was terror to a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what
Did you call the police, or did you
I
wait?
immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him, and I
Jen!
pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
Oh, I know this one. Purple.
At some point, did you call your?
Have you been yelling at the carpool just as much as I've been yelling on stream? And I'm sorry, I used bad words. You might get
No, I am beyond upset that the judge, I understand, is trying to, negate a, appeal, but there was no overact. That is the most ridiculous thing. And then again, I wasn't going to answer the phone because he just doesn't understand. I have things to do.
I'm looking for jobs.
Mr. Mo calls me, or I call Mr. Mo. We don't call each other, for stupid stuff. Or if I say, hey, or if he misses multiple calls, he knows that, okay, something's up with the kids.
Yeah. And it's just, he doesn't understand. I have things. You were drunk. You had slept for 12 hours. You're a lying liar who lies.
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing.
That's not an opportune time. He's bringing your son over according to the schedule.
It's your time.
Your husband will never bring your son to your crappy apartment unless it's mandatory. And you are the one who sends him back most times early because you, Miss Boozehound, can't stay off the source for long enough to stay with your son. I hate this woman. I really hate this woman.
She already laid down. She was irritated at George. She wanted to go to sleep. So she was already coming into this with anger. Then she beat the ever-living snot out of him. Stop doing this to me. He's not doing anything to you. I was yelling at my car because I'm like, and
the threatening hand of doom was out of
her son. Well, he'll always bring him over at the worst time. As a parent, there are days when you are sick, when you are feeling like absolute poo, and you still need to get up and do so for your kids. I have never in my life been so aggravated that a woman is calling herself a mother. Just gross.
I have driven through snowstorms to pick up my kids, and halfway through called my ex-wife and said, I can't make it. I have to go back because it's snow. It's too dangerous. I won't have the kids in the car. But I have in the 14 years they were here every other weekend, I had been drunk once because it was my kids' time. It wasn't daddy time. It was the kids' time.
Well, not to mention, yes, I am having a little, well, it's not full, but some cider. Not enough to, to where I can't function should any of my other kids need me.
No, my kid.
Sarah, you're not looking
annoying.
good, and I hope the state takes all the gloves off because you open this door and you are going to regret it.
Yeah. The TSA glove is a grain 100.
Things not appropriate for my son to see, and I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him?
You were picking your son up at 3 o'clock from school. Your husband is not going to bring him over at 1 o'clock. You just said you talked to your husband on the phone and you were going to pick him up from school. Why are you lying?
And Tina, mindful, we will have a psychologist. Sarah Boone had to go on first because she is pulling out this self-defense.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, self-defense is an affirmative defense. So she has to confess, or she basically has to give out a story of what happened that makes sense enough for the state to say, okay, she did put, a crumb of feeling scared. Sir, if you would like my leftover lunch off the desk.
Called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Why didn't you tell him, hey, don't come over. Don't bring our son over. Something happened. Get Lucas from school, but don't come over. Your story doesn't make sense.
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds or hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
Like Brian's going to get real upset.
George has some good
Sarah
traits,
didn't love me like that.
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He didn't.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drink.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlements, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
And you said you had an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Okay.
Approach.
Okay, so you guys, John Gary makes a good point. She had a violent drunk who abused her, and she's going to let her kid around that? Yeah, Mother of the Year. Sure. And I love how they're like, oh, you had a drinking problem? Well, sort of, but George drank, handles. You were both drunks. Deal with that. And as you're sitting there, I hope you really realize that this is what your life has come to. This is what the sum total of 47 years on this earth and your accomplishments are. You killed a man. I'm sorry. There are a lot of things, but her using real life people's, victims, the things they've gone through to try to make herself look like a victim. It's gross, it's ugly, and it doesn't sit well with me. And then to use her son and have him in an unsafe environment, acting like she was the best. It's just... And how do you love someone who you feel is beneath you? Every time she talks about George, he is beneath her. She is a savior. She's his, preschool teacher, his life coach, his, guru. That's not an equal relationship. What she is
Objections overruled for
describing is in no way healthy.
You already got the 3.5 years?
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Would you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
Do you remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injury to the ribcage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So
You don't remember
when we used to go up to his brother's
you
house,
kept as
one of his
evidence.
brothers and his.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened to? Did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
Or were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit to evidence.
Okay. What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Owens, may I get a just in order, please? Thank you.
Mr. Jett, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is accurate, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on top where you can use to. There.
Is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
been caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
So she was constantly beaten. Constantly. She can't really remember when it happened, but she was constantly molested by him. Could have been that time we went to his brother's, maybe, I don't, maybe. Somewhere in the 3 years we were together, he might have done it to me twice. But I was so deadly afraid, and I have battered spouse syndrome because he was mean to me 3 times.
And let's be real, this was a mutually combative relationship. We
Yeah.
have cases on her and him. I wish that neither of them had gotten together. I couldn't have imagined a worse group, 2 people. I question her ability to have a deep and intimate emotional relationship when she also treated him like a toddler. I mean, she
Yeah.
goes about her day the way, and I used to work with adults who kind of live semi-independently with developmental disabilities. We would have a schedule, we would help them with chores, make sure they didn't just sit down and watch TV all day, but interacted with the community, went out, bought their own groceries, things like that. Yes, we were there and we were in charge, but I couldn't imagine having a relationship in which I acted in that capacity.
Mr. Mo, you have been in the garage for an hour now. It's time for a change of scenery, Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, come into the kitchen. I'm gonna put up a puzzle. Put up a puzzle. Come on, Mr. Mo. Put up a puzzle.
Yeah,
She-
but she also, just the way she speaks about George, it is always with this connotation that she is a savior, a teacher, a soul, guide. She doesn't respect him.
No. She was better than him. He was just a really bad drunk, bad dad. I'm a good mom. I bet you that's how it sounded in their house all the time. Call your daughters. I'm getting Lucas tomorrow because I'm a good mom.
I'll show you a notification.
Perhaps they're going till 5.
Notification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off at the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my
No drunk would ever complain that she leaves. He will just keep drinking. She'll be back.
thighs possibly hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer
That's not a wound. That's an abrasion.
Q&A evidence.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3. You may, sir.
No, he didn't have that many slides, so I don't think. Again, it's 3:30. They are normally going till at least 5. He can't keep this going for another 90 minutes.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
But all the scratches to you were him was just not making.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize.
I hope they can bring that in.
I do.
I think the door has been
Is that your
opened,
name?
so her
Yes.
prior
Is that
acts
your
will
blonde
also be
name?
brought in.
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was
Inner thigh.
very drunk. And I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them.
He's notorious for putting my car keys around his neck. What does that statement even mean?
Hey, Baker, if you live with someone who's constantly taking your phone and your keys, and he's a violent drunk, are you gonna have your son go over there?
Not as often as well. I would throw their ass out. I have had red flags, kind of like that, in some girlfriends, and I kicked them out on the spot because I have kids that I have to protect before I have to get my little Baker wet.
And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from
He was at a 1.3. Still remember that, everyone.
around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me. Please come pick me up.
No, because he had your phone in his crotchular area. You just said so. Stop lying when you're not smart enough to remember your lies.
To come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot
because he's the
asking
only
Brian
responsible
to
adult.
please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, Blinkers, that no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even.
No.
So
your
you are
little
bringing your
son-
son into this chaos. You are such a gross human.
She was standing in the parking lot, and he was waving a knife, and you went up to him because you had Brian as backup now. Why didn't you get into Brian's car and left for Brian's house? Call the police and said he's crazy again. None of this makes sense in any. Well, it's an abusive relationship. No way this in any way makes sense, no matter how much you want to polish this turd.
Trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Get the picture back.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the
Okay. What was pre-marked as, Counselor?
just like S, not court.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
No, Brian went there with Lucas, and then Lucas starts screaming, give my mommy her finger.
Is this the picture you referring to? Is that the nail or is the bond still on?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, again, she went in to find him.
Identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs? And tell the jury what they are.
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And
You can't remember when he beats you, but you remember broccoli and cheddar soup.
I didn't get it
Yeah,
out
and
enough
that didn't
time,
look-
and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And
So I could still see the nail there. I mean, it probably did hurt. I am not saying that, but that's not the deep gash that she was saying along with the loss of the nail. The nail was still there. Again,
Yeah.
Sarah, if you are going to lie, make sure that photographic evidence doesn't come right in next. That's going to make you look ridiculous.
and it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Were those fair and accurate depictions of the injury with the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer identification L in evidence.
Hey, Baker,
pre-marked
isn't
as
it
L
funny
will
she
be
could
received into
document all
evidence without
this,
objection
but
as defense.
forgot to push record when he was apparently, scaring her and terrifying her from inside the suitcase?
Well, Apple products, you know how they glitch.
True.
5.
If only she'd had an Android.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes, it
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes,
Is that your thigh
it's my thigh, yes,
and your knee?
yes.
Oh, look at those skinny legs. Well, she can't. She can just claim he did that. That's the thing I'm saying. Who says she wasn't as drunk as a skunk and spilled her soup all over her legs?
Sorry, I'm showing you the positive exhibit for identification. Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before?
Oh, and you were able to go to Kinko's to get those copied.
Yeah.
This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So, George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George was drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch
Oh,
while
you were
I
drinking?
was in.
Who buys this bullshit?
Also,
The
I
house
need to
and I
see
was-
the medical thing where it says that you got, punctured in an artery because, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all on her. We have to believe her. Thank you for the gym fund in Tennessee.
Cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made steak dinner, and
You got mad about the
I
steak
don't know how to
dinner?
describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner, and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie, and he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that,
No
and
man
I
ever
kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to
Was
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So
Tammy, don't worry about it. Mo and I will
Yeah.
cover our own swearing. We are just happy that
Yes.
you are here to hang out with us, while I am now entering the state where burnt toast has gone, metal taste disappeared. I am expecting a full-on aneurysm on screen within 5 minutes.
No.
He got mad at the steak. I might want to, but I would eat the steak first. And again, if you're so drunk that he's not George anymore, I can tell you a little secret, ladies. Us men, when we get real drunk, we get really excited to do it, but
You know what he probably said? He probably said, "Why did you buy a steak? We could have, paid for a lot of other groceries. You don't discuss these things with me. You just go out and make these decisions." And again, with this offering to cut his steak, like, were you going to chew it up and spit it into his mouth like a baby bird?
yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was just waiting for you to yell. He's not your kid.
Started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him.
Do we have any nurses? Hospice Jess, are you here today? Can you tell us approximately how much blood loss you have endured when your lips turns blue? And you tell me you go down the stairs and up the stairs again with an artery pumping out of. Do you know how fast an artery pumps out your blood?
Your femoral artery, I think you have about, I want to say 45 seconds, but that could be wrong. You don't have, no, and she's not going to be able to go up and down the stairs. She's going to be unconscious very shortly.
Either she had an arterial bleed, which would she wouldn't go down the stairs, up the stairs, had a conversation, asked for the phone, she would be dead. And if he nicked her in the other, well, maybe he got some of the other, but to bleed out so much that your lips turn blue, you don't crawl upstairs to a bathroom.
Not the farthest bathroom. She made sure we knew it was the furthest one. Again, in your ability, so she's already been drinking that night, but if you have low blood function, which means your body isn't circulating enough, she is going to be disoriented, confused. She is not going to be able to even gather the thoughts to have this long run around consoling session with George.
Yeah, and blue lips, I don't know, do you get turned blue? Don't you turn pale from, it could be that she meant her lips were turning white, because blue would be cold.
She is just such a
It's an oxygen thing.
She would be probably very pale, clammy, heart racing, increased respirations. Again, the body is going into shock if she's losing that much.
Yeah. As a medical professional, Sarah is telling false truth. Telling false truth. Yeah. Blue is loss of oxygen.
And I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel, with blue lips trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk, you know,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
hospital?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you. All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel?
Nurses. I can't put a time frame. She's bleeding heavily. She wraps a damp towel, sits for a bit and I don't know where the crunching comes from, because it doesn't crunch when you hit the leg bone, but don't mind that. She sits for a while, puts a wet towel around it, says, I think this is elevated, which you always should, but you should elevate it above your heart. I think I remember that from first aid. Then she crawls upstairs again. Then she crawls downstairs again. Sits there for a while, makes up a story. They drive to 2 different hospitals. At what part of the story, if this is an arterial bleed, did she die? Before she went downstairs? And if it's a heavy bleeding, at what point did she die? This is so stupid. Come on, Cross.
How was that?
Please.
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I like to offer this, so. A positive tip. Okay.
Was
Well,
pre-marked
the
cable
first hospital
received into evidence
probably
without
said,
objections 10 to 6.
arterial bleeding, that's the other one.
May publish it.
Thanks. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
What does this prove? That she was in a hospital.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes, my good.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Probably because your blood was so diluted by all the alcohol you were having.
But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
There's already enough alky white for my night.
Mr. J,
Thank you, sir.
you may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
I don't know about the rest of
So she's gonna show it.
Is this the injury here?
Let me move it. Let me move it.
It's up here in the niche.
Adding it to the refractory period now.
All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go.
No, there's nothing in that area that could in any way make such a massive. Let's, for Sarah's sake, pray to whatever deity you believe in, that there's not a nurse practitioner, a doctor, a person with an IQ above 70 on the jury. Then I think this will work.
upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he,
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
That was from when he stabbed her in the leg because he wanted to have sex with her on top of a steak.
Sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, it looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification to you now.
Ah, it'd be
Pre-Marcus
really
T
cool
will be
if George
received
were
into
here
evidence without
to
objections.
negate
Defense Exhibit
these.
7.
Yeah.
Oh,
I agree, Lexi.
You may, sir.
Can I ask another question? How much do we believe he wanted her to drink with her? We know how bad she is. We know how much she yells. How much do you think she wanted him to stay in his abusive relationship with her and drink? He was doing so good in his classes. Yeah, you made him drink, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
You see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the work,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Baker, can we skip forward to the state's cross?
I can't go much longer. Hey, before I go,
You, for identification,
Yes,
can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab, and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fuck you, and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth.
they can't prove any of this, but it's up to the state on cross-examination to try and put a hole into it.
I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, you fucking bitch. And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay.
That's the day she claims he kicked her, and she got taken away because she had tried to choke her.
Police arrived on that incident?
Him.
Yes,
Or
they did.
choke him.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
Stomping.
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
Oh.
This is
Wallstorm,
But
yeah.
she-
No marks from
So-
the stomping.
So George at his death had a broken orbital bone. He, according to her, stomped with all his might on her face. And it does look like she has a, bruised eye or a black eye. She didn't have a broken orbital bone. She didn't, have any sort of facial laceration or facial fractures. Uh-huh.
I got one punch across the nose and it broke clean across. And that was one punch. If a guy, no matter if he's only 103, with his heel kicks you in the face, at least your nose will break. You will. That's what I'm saying. The injuries to Garcia looks like that someone curb stomped him. I heard foreplay. That's more like 5 or 6 play. Oh my!
yes, this is the identification you be admitted to.
What was pre-marked as U will be received without objection is defense 8.
Oh, she has a black eye.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later? A few days later.
That's a couple of days later.
Yeah, it doesn't blacken up that like that.
Taking up his eye.
No, that
Looks
looks
like
like
a punch in
Amber
the face.
Heard.
Police will call, we'll talk about that.
Yeah. To me, that looks a little too. Maybe it's the camera, but it looked a little too dark. Normally, it'll be different colors of blue.
Well, it also looked very contained just to her eye, unless his heel got her eye. But I would imagine if someone stomped your face, you would have residual swelling all through the side of the face.
Yeah. And again, this is so isolated. It looks more like someone punched you in the eye. When I had my nose rebroken 3 times because of it grew back the wrong way and scar tissue. Every time your eyes just pop up because there's so much pressure on it, it looks like you've been in a fight. And I looked worse than she did. And the eyes isn't blood.
Showing you identification V defense. Could you recognize that? You have to see it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your
She
leg?
loves herself. She
Yes.
loves no one else.
And is that was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
And he wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all day?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some.
He's so
Owens,
insecure he can't be alone on the back porch. Go F yourself, lady. With a rock stuck in a cactus. Force fed
Not
into
to-
your anus with a hammer.
Not to mention, she did nothing to try to please this man. Call your wife, call your ex-wife, call your children when you're drunk and already depressed. Oh, your music's too low class for me, George. We're not going to listen to your music. I don't want to listen to your stupid, YouTube stuff, George.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce the evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
So, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
So she fell and made a boo-boo on her knee because she was drunk and fell on a rock in the back garden. And
Yeah.
my girl needs a little trimming on the edges.
What?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Oh, this is the perfect.
Or I'm showing you
car crash into a nuclear disaster.
What's identification? You recognize that photograph?
She did.
What is that photograph of?
She's the one taking all
This
of
is
these
a
pictures.
photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
You remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him
that's
pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we'll be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10.
Yeah, but there won't be any other Sarah Boones.
You may, sir.
I've never heard things
It
this.
doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Oh my!
Sustained.
I'm sorry, tell me. You said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Are you seeing anything, Baker?
Let me tell you what. When we see things like this, well, this looks like someone. When we see stuff as evidence in violent cases, this down here that looks kind of blotchy could perhaps maybe look like a finger, but you will always see. I have seen people being choked. I've seen people being punched. I've seen people being dragged. There's always a very distinct pattern where you can see 1, 2, maybe 4 fingers. What's this? Oh, I have bleeding underneath the skin. Again, to the nurses in the chat, how's your blood when you are a massive alcoholic who swings 1.5 liter of cheap Chardonnay into your system every day? None of this to me looks like he grabbed me.
No, I mean, there would
be
and
finger
even-
marks.
Okay, so if you've had toddlers, they will, pull on you.
Yeah.
She doesn't even have the red thing. Like, okay, we used to call them Native American rug burns, if I can say that. So you would twist the skin on either side of your arm until, someone cried uncle. I've seen more marks with that.
There's nothing here indicating he was yanking on her, because again, there would be severely more bruising and discoloration.
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
This is unload. Can we get a doctor to testify to all of this? Chinese burn.
Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
She forgot,
Yes.
Tim. She
Were you
forgot.
drinking?
I at the time was not drinking alone.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Or
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
No, we can't.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door.
You always got to sleep. Your ex-husband testified he called you because you always overslept when you had to pick up Lucas. And no one is going to go to the toilet with you, you alcoholic skank. I am hurt by Montezuma's revenge right now. I'm just saying, no one even want to be in the same house as me. Your alcohol-fueled body will smell worse than death with whatever it secretes. No one believes that you are so wonderful he wanted to go to the bathroom with you to take a crap. And no one believes he couldn't stay away from your hot body long enough that he wanted to have sex with you over on top of a dinner plate. Please make it stop, Mo. I'm calling Jamie. I'm quitting.
It's going to be funny as all get out. The state has not brought up things. Now they've kept people over. But what do you want to bet what his brothers, his sisters, his mom have to say about all of this? How about we bring up the dad that she pushed? I mean, ma'am, you open the door and it's a revolving door. It's going to hit you on the behind.
They're going to call all her doctors that treated all of these rashes and say, does this look like did she claim?
With our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this infant, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
Yes, in my temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Would like identification X introduced in the
It was pre-marked as X will be received without objection.
She's moving a dresser around that weighs 60 pounds more than her. He's moving that dresser plus a nightstand, even though he is 100 pounds less than that. And then he sneaks in. Who believes any of this?
Defense Exhibit 11.
So I will say the way she is projecting all of this on him, he never wanted to be alone. He always wanted to be around. That's her behavior. She's telling on herself. In my speculation, I'm not a doctorologist.
Did you need treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remembered her for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
I bleed more when I pee.
Yes.
Probably should have that checked out.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident?
I'm so sad that I have to be on the road tomorrow.
No, it happened prior. But this picture that was taken of the.
This picture would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like the identification Y introduced in the evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that this thing curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take us.
They didn't take because it wasn't part of this effing situation. And Baker, can you pause it real quick? She needed stitches for that.
Again, I have Montezuma's revenge. I am pretty sure I have bigger scars than that after this weekend.
All right, as a person who lived with a violent person when they were doing substances, do you know the amount of times I went to sleep before they did? Never. Never. This woman is taking everyone who has had a legitimate, story and making it up. And it is beyond gross.
This is what happens when people tell people that it's about your truth. No, this is a effing lie. This B word. I normally don't really care much about cases. I watch cases every week. I watch horrendous cases where people stabulate other people, and I watch another case next week. I can't remember the name of the guy who admitted to unaliving his wife. Can't remember that case. It's out of my mind. I have 2 or 3 that still's in there. This lady is now ruining a bad man. He probably had a lot of demons in his life. She is sitting here testifying that she was so deadly afraid of him every single second of the day. Battered spouse syndrome. She bailed him out. She had restraining orders on him, and she kept getting him back into the house. And now this pimple of a spot probably needed stitches. I can blade myself like a good old wrestler. Have you ever watched a wrestling match where they cut their forehead? They don't even get stitches on that one. Whenever a wrestler is bleeding, it's because they blade. It's called getting color. This obnoxious hamster-jawed lady is ruining the memory of George, who wasn't a good man. I will never pretend this man is a good man.
No.
But he didn't deserve sitting with this.
Oh, I was just showing what an open, he meant open hand or fist. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying she's ruining his memory with all of this BS. I am not a very religious man. I keep my prayers to myself. But I pray to God that the state will ruin her fucking lies tomorrow. That they will drag her to the mud. That they will put the spotlight on her shitty behavior. This human piece of garbage should never, ever get out of prison. And rumor has it, the one she's smiling to all the time is her girlfriend. Probably that Pena girl.
Okay, I will say that she does not realize, she is so effing blind that she doesn't realize that the state has been using kid gloves. The state hasn't wanted to open the door yet. She just opened that door wide open, and every single dirty piece of laundry she has, they went really easy on her for the direct. Oh, Brian's going to be back. Probably Moses is going to be there now. Probably, a bunch of different people. Have fun with that, ma'am. Have fun. I will be here with bells on. Probably not a wig on because these things get tight through the day.
But yeah, everyone who said the state wasn't hard enough, wait till tomorrow.
I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is this wound right here?
Yes, and remember that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
You
Was
don't
that
get bruises
taken,
by getting a baseball bat yanked out of your hand.
Was it February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out? When
February 25th, I believe.
February 24th?
Oh, so crap of the earth runs in
I'd
the
like to
camera.
introduce identification on evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat? Do
Sustained.
you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Can you help you with it?
Yeah, it's trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, let's continue now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with a bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand. And he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I can introduce this identification of these 5 photographs of the evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite of 5 photos, but not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What's pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from video. This is George. That particular day, hold of that.
That's telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
But
Is that the result?
no, after that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
Was he
They
drinking?
can't smoke inside.
I
Yeah, I thought they couldn't smoke inside.
I'm showing you identification and who does that?
Is there one?
Was that photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this.
No, that's me that's put that word in as a bad word. So that's me, because else people will spam stuff like that.
Is identification none as an exhibit?
It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received in evidence without objection to defense 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
The foundation that you pushed George down the stairs?
Apparently.
Or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
That's to say nothing was thrown down the stairs.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if she dropped them down the stairs or she
Identification
fell up the
Did you look at
stairs.
those two and see if you recognize them?
Notorious Jules, who is in court, believes that 3 jurors, female jurors, have been having reaction to all of these photos, so she might actually get out of murder too. I don't believe that.
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's two dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she wasn't familiar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the
Lived
time
there
Penny
for
would
3
be
years.
closed or next to me.
Who's next to them?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking?
Oh, let's get some animal abuse in here too.
All the time.
You have to tell the jury.
One of the worst. one of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from.
So you decided it was good for you to leave. You knew he was violent with the animals. You leave a deaf and a blind dog with a violent, abuser.
Yeah, who hates dogs and wants to kill them.
You are a gross, disgusting human being, Sarah. As long as you got out of Alcatraz alive, though.
Yeah.
The street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of it?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to lose identification and the evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M. Will
He objected to her reading the mind of the dog.
be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Can you describe this to the jury?
This begins our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and Tess is down here guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes.
And now they are going on a break, and they will be going to 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh, okay.
I know right now everyone is sitting here thinking, oh, she gets to put all of this in. Calmale, calmale, calmale. Defense will also have their state will also have their go on her. State will also have the ability to call rebuttal witnesses. And I am sure when we're done with all of that, we will get a different picture. We don't know, Carla. They're going to 6 tonight, so we have an hour and a half left. The one that can't smell her. Yeah, and I hope the son never sees her again. I now have the writings in her divorce case. So whenever we go to a lull in the case, we can look at it. She refers to Brian as husband. I don't know why she puts it in funny bunny ears, but she does. Because she's an idiot.
Well, because she's Sarah Boone.
We'll be done with at 6. I think they will turn up the heat because, as everyone else have said, they haven't really been going hard on anything. Now they will go at her. They want Drunky the Bear to come out of her. And you can see it whenever they object. She goes into, don't you dare. I was telling my truth. Oh. Who has the dogs now? They will be mentioned in the divorce letters. There will be not a spoiler warning, but a warning for sensitive people. Jamie will not be allowed to hear it. I really hope that they, and you can hear the way they object, they have changed their tone. But her truth hit hard. That wasn't a nothing burger. Does it hit hard? Let's be realistic about this. You can't remember when any of it happened. All she has is, well, he was pulling me. He was always wanting to have sex with me. He was the only thing that really has any merit to it is him trashing the TV. Other than that, when we get the police report from that time, she attacked him. Mutual combat. She never backed down. I am in FSU. Go Seminoles. I am.
No, Thor, you are too fat for the desk.
I am still confident that the state will poke more holes in her testimony. And again, let her bury herself.
I don't think the state will have to be aggressive. The state will just call back other people. I mean, Brian's going to
We're back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
I watched someone in my real life change their opinion, and there's a DV survivor on the jury. I agree with you, but I think it changes everything. Yeah, it changed everything right now, because now you have one side of the picture. Always wait to cross. I still believe Ashley Benefield had way more of a self-defense case. I believe the young guy in New Hampshire had a better self-defense story than this. I'll wait till we know what the state gets at her with.
William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the truth. County Henderson for Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone.
Hi. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Well, alcoholics don't want sex that much. Let's just be honest. And especially with a drunken whore like her.
Jury entering.
And publicly bust, I think in the totality, with all of Sarah's reactions, her in the interrogation, there's a discongruity to, again, as a person who has lived through a kind of relationship like this, I would never sleep before this person went to sleep. Never.
No, and I can feel every time you talk about that relationship, you go back to it. She's talking about taking the 405 down to the 306, and then I turn left on Crown Head, go past the Publix, and then he kicked the dog. I love the dogs. He would kill them. And then I made steaks. You couldn't tell me one day in your relationship without having to have the camera turned off and being emotional. This lady has shown zero emotions. Zero.
State to recognize our jury. That's to recognize our jury. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could.
Oh, a bailiff. Oh, my. Yeah, the other doctor would say,
can the parties approach for a moment? State, State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you comply to the court.
Based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
You showed it on the overhead. Stop doing this. And again, you can't see anything. There's a little bit of blood inside her ears. You can scratch your ears worse than that.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
We saw it on the overhead. Yeah, but the problem with the interrogation, which Sarah is the truthful one? This one or the one
D.
at the time? That's the way the state has to attack this.
See, and she can look at those pictures without anything on her face.
Yeah, she's just, he trashed our TV. It was a Wednesday. That happens.
Show me a picture of my old house and it's going to be ugly. So
yeah, this is my big problem is so far all of this is and again, there's no evidence any of this is because of George. Remember that. And the state, if the state don't go at it and try to disprove this is George doing, yeah, then we can agree they are idiots.
I don't know why you embiggened that one.
It's very important. Very important. Again, it's just to show pictures. Why are you sitting in your car taking this picture?
There is something very odd about that coloration. I don't know.
Especially because it's inside of the eye socket. It's not on the brow. There's no. Again, if you stamped her on the eye, wouldn't.
Yes.
And that's a sit. I've had bigger sits than that one. I probably needed stitches. And I don't get this. Let's see her smiling on. She was always in fear, but she's always smiling and happy and. Just a master manipulator.
Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Why? Why would you do that?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio. They were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Consul. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Were they here a kind of thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes,
Have they got the night wrong?
yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbors?
But that's before you played hide and seek. Your timeline doesn't add up, you stupid cunt. I can't say that on YouTube.
Well, not to mention, she's now blaming they testified, they swore under oath, this was the night that all this happened, not the night before.
Voice her,
I absolutely do.
and it was just the night before.
Correct.
So she is correct, but the two other witnesses is lying.
Yeah. Also, it's not like
Now,
she had a whole hell of a
some of
lot
the
of
time when
hair
this
to hold on
abuse
to.
occurred, you called the police,
Yes,
and other times the police were not called.
correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe,
I'm
you mentioned the 911 call.
for this
I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes,
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye,
stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
that was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was,
So you unofficially fought back before that. It wasn't a sanctioned bout. It wasn't the Queen of Marquis rules.
pretty shocked
Not
that
to
I was
mention-
getting arrested because of it.
She's still confused about this. So, and you don't want to show that like, I don't know why they were arresting me. I'm the girl. I have the boobs. Duh.
Yeah.
It comes off again as disingenuous. And
I have shown more emotion talking about my last bowel movement than she has done about killing her ex-husband or ex-boyfriend.
yeah. Make it stop, Baker. How many more of these do we have to go through?
Can't remember.
I believe one of the
Now,
times,
on the,
times they both had injuries.
The 2-minute video,
He had
the
choke
Suitcase
marks or
video.
something like that.
You mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever? Or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3 more times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else.
Ladies, I know you're weird people and we don't fit together. If I need to rub one out, it's because we have a way different system. You ladies can store it and you can enjoy it and wait for it, and it's going to be nice. And oh, I'm going to make a steak and he's going to do me on the plate after. We men, it's a Wednesday morning. We slept wrong. The air hit us the right way when we went outside. We'll rub one out. It has
Okay, so
nothing to do
Sarah,
with you.
did you not, you didn't watch any, Lifetime videos or anything? You didn't read any smexy books, right? Because in those, maybe you're just thinking about, oh gosh, I wish my partner would be like that. So did George, stop you from reading romance novels? Because I had that done, which is why I will never read nothing but smexy novels for the rest of my life. You're imagining being with other guys, aren't you? You're imagining, having a different partner. You're cheating. Where did you go? I need to look at the odometer. Where did you,
Yeah. And in reality, no, we are just having a moment where we need a little bit different and we will still stay here. If you
and
don't let
for
us
you
have
ladies, look,
those,
it's a nice night. We know we always hit the spot. You guys, it's hit or miss sometimes. We'll just take care
we're,
of that ourselves too.
yeah, we probably don't even show up in the same area. So, what in the dog did I just warrant putting money into that ethically inferior swear jar? That's the biggest dose of horse milk I've ever heard of. You didn't warrant anything to put anything into the swear jar, but I did see you next Tuesday. That's why I needed to put another one into the swear jar, or the YouTube gods will get me. Well, they probably will anyway. But I never got that. Oh, he's addicted to porn. It's the same as those guys who gets out of cheating by saying, "Well, I have a high sex drive and I can't help myself." Michael Douglas, you're a sly guy. You figured it out. I can bang everyone because it's not my fault. I have a disease. Yeah, you probably had more than one.
Or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
And I sat him down and talked to him.
Why don't you stay
As,
You got to tell the truth.
I love him.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and
You didn't love him.
you try
You
to
were
make that
constantly
person,
trying to change
as
him.
spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light, so they can be better people for themselves. And to just,
I hate this Mother Teresa BS. I'm serving another person so they can be the best version of themselves. Shut the you cut. You are
Thunder cow. You are a mega thunder cow. Okay. Line up one person who is still alive that thinks that will come up and testify Sarah Boone did wonders for my life. In fact, having Sarah Boone in it made my life better.
And Glow, I agree. I don't give a rat's ass if it's a man or a girl. If you're in one of these relationships where someone will sit you down and talk to you about your bad behavior, if she's not your mom, move.
make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And
How deep is
I
your
very
love?
much deeply and passionately love George.
I really
I love him
need
Tuesday.
to know.
Did you?
Totally we learned
I wanna
what
be alone.
Sarah Boone won't do for love, and that's get someone out of a
At the
suitcase.
beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and
As opposed to a
very nice.
woman man?
as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So, yes.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were
Yeah, but Wallstrom, I met you. She deserves to tell you more than one lesson.
interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective cop cell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout
And
the
yet
rest
this
of the
doesn't show up
evening,
on call records.
something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day. From the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over
we
your
abandoned the dogs again.
ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Coughlin?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and
I didn't get a notification, but apparently we got a Vices raid. Vices raid.
Oh,
Thank
you.
Thank you, Vices. And get to bed. It's probably very late in Korea, and you need to be up and about tomorrow. We will sit through the rest of this absolutely, let's just admit, this is probably worse than we thought it would be. One, all her lies, and then that she's allowed to just smear George in this way.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to get up at 5:30 in Denmark time, so. Woo.
Holy fazolies.
Vice's rate, he sent everyone to someone else. Well, the ones who come in here are more than welcome, and you are hanging out here.
The greatest.
No, the ones who went somewhere else are also great, but
Yes.
we appreciate every which one of you. And watch our trial. See you next Tuesday, Swearjar. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I don't know why it slipped my mind.
and
Thank you, Phyllis Goodwin.
I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So
Hey, Alan.
I said, I feel like you're tricking me. And I feel that you're being very sneaky about something. And I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And
I love that. Oh, I
Never
can suss this
happened.
detective out. And I called her and said, I know you're, but I showed up the next day without a lawyer and just started talking.
I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station,
I did.
and the original agreement was they were to come to you.
Correct.
All right, when you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular. I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, she brought her list of questions, but she was just there to pick up her phone. The first thing she says is, when we're done with this, I have something I want to address with you. And she had a Mad Dog 2020 in the car and a fresh pair of cigarettes. Damn cops took them away.
You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police, basically everyone, because I was
Afraid.
extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made a decision to
No,
lie.
you were arrested because you locked a man in a suitcase, beat the shit out of him.
No,
and
the
then
first
he
time she
died.
called 911, she was arrested because she tried to choke George, and he kicked her to get away from her. And you had him removed 4 other times from the house. And we saw you run out of the house like a gay little schoolgirl. Hey, police is here. You're such a lying liar who lies.
You stayed with that lie.
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
No.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated, or every time that you're hit by him,
It'll be
or
over
harmed by
soon.
him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
The problem is she still hasn't taken responsibility. So it's still not self-defense.
No.
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overall.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
But you could.
He's drinking.
Yes.
You went to bed.
And
you
had the opportunity.
The state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event. Is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of?
No, but you need at least an intentional act. And she still says she only slapped his fingers and then she left. So she didn't intend him to pass away. So it can't be self-defense. And she self-defense against a hand doing this out of a suitcase. I know the jury have been
be hypervigilance is what she's trying to explain, because it is in fact one of the glaring signs that you have been in a not so great relationship. You will notice that people, tend to be very attentive, notice everything around. They usually, even to this day, I I don't like having my back to a door. I don't like that. If someone steps up behind me, I don't like that. Mr. Mo is extremely loud because he used to work babysitting second lieutenants on the range. So, you know, he will talk in a loud voice and I'm like, honey, I'm right here. That makes me incredibly nervous. Could you just stop? These are things that you don't have to say because another person who has been through this will be able to pick it out, even if we can't verbalize it.
Yeah,
Her
but we
going
have
to
seen.
sleep is the biggest damn red flag to me ever because you would not lose control of that situation.
No, and all of a sudden she had that, oh, I barricaded the door. That's the only time she mentioned that she barricaded the door because, oh, we were sleeping in here. And again, we have nothing in her inmate reports anywhere that she got any anxiety or anything, especially if you're hypersensitive and you're in an environment with 60 other ladies that's probably not all mentally stable. I don't have any PTSD or anything, but still, if you come at me fast because I used to be deployed, I get I have a very fast go from mellow Baker to I'm ready because that's the okay, it's go time because you didn't know when it happened, and it's still in me this many years after.
Safety,
At all times.
but especially when he's drinking,
Oh, yes, all the time.
and then his mood.
Yes, it
You
depends
were
on what
more
mood he's
drunk
in
than
that
he
day.
was.
What do you have? You have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Objection.
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Yeah, it'll never leave us. I don't like fireworks and stuff like that. You go tense the second it happens.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're.
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it.
You didn't want to die, but you went to bed and slept for 12 effing hours. Your husband had to call you. What's the first thing you think of when you go down there and let him out of the suitcase? A Dr. Pepper, probably a Dr. Pepper spiked with a lot of vodka and cigarettes on the back porch. You were so afraid of your life that a dead man in your living room meant nothing to you.
Not
Stop.
only that, but you stayed in your bed for about an hour, ignoring your phone calls.
Yeah. And you called Brian in the middle of the night and you didn't tell him, I am so afraid, come pick me up. He called the police.
You. It's terrifying love to a certain degree where my plan was to show him the next
tainted
day.
love,
And
so you can play the music.
I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with a bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Oh.
Sarah, I hope your girlfriend loves you because the rest of us think you're...
Yes.
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relate to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about
She
1 p.m.,
forgot a
correct?
transgression George did to her.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shocking, yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm reject.
Approach.
Well, he's just he's speed mathing this. This is BS, but it works. He just wants to tell the jury she was drunk as a skunk, and all of her cries about, oh, I did nothing wrong and nothing happened, and it's George who drank. She would have been more drunk at that time than George was. That's what he wants to get in there. You are so afraid of George that you drink yourself from, I don't, in Denmark we have...
You testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
Island, I've literally stayed away for days until someone was around that made me feel safe enough to sleep. She's full of it. She had all the power. Especially when you think about she was so drunk that she couldn't talk, and she claims, I needed to be alert. I only drank to keep him placated. I was always afraid. You don't lose control if you are afraid that he's going to get to you. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
No.
You lose control and you drink too much if you are a lying alcoholic. Well, she at least had a lot of cotton mouth, but we have no evidence of how drunk she was.
Bring out the mega pint.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd, 2020?
I'm guessing it is like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Yes.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's right about.
Okay, it's about
Half.
halfway through the label.
That's
So
half
in
a
addition to
normal bottle left.
halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
We did mention that police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they went to get a garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they say.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay. All right. Now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the 2 videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2-minute, 3-second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
Oh, let's play them for her again. Yeah. Yeah, they need to end today with playing the video with Jorge begging for his life.
Yeah.
Peter, I thought that too. I don't understand that hiding thing.
Sarah, pinch your thigh really hard. It'll make you tear up.
Oh. I mean,
all right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move. I was disconnected.
Don't disconnect now. This is too important.
Yes.
No. I still love her. I just
31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off about the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
Okay. And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming. Your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just
You said that you wanted to show him the next day. Can't you remember your own lies?
I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
Oh, teach
So,
him a lesson.
You wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Come on now, get to work. This is a crucial time. It's been a long day. You need it to work right now. Come on.
This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
So
Do
you
you
don't
remember
remember
anything from that
anything,
night?
but you remember
I
him
do.
attacking you with his
She
words
remembers
and
everything
his floppy
clearly.
hand.
Everything clearly except this is defense dementia we normally see from the cops. So over 4 bottles of wine. Yeah, closer to 5 bottles of wine.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something? Did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't
However
breathe
long.
before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out at your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video, the 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly does it get you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes,
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
Being a good mother.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup. or drop off.
All right.
Oh,
You
man, he's
mentioned
going to come back to the
to the
stand.
sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17. Did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews.
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. Do you recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And
They had no such conversations. She had been yelling at him because she was drunk and obnoxious. That's what you do. And I see those itches in my phone. Stop writing all those itches. And you have a corn addiction. And you choke me.
Baker, if you were telling the honest truth, you wouldn't be a belligerent little butt monkey to the state. You would say, no, I remember this. Yes, I was drinking. You wouldn't have contempt in your face. You wouldn't try to, purposely not remember or understand what he's talking about. So nice try, Sarah. But again, you do not give off victim vibes. You give off mutual combatant, obnoxious and aggressive.
Yeah.
And
And
you're going to
all
be
the good-
notorious for this.
And all the good that defense might just have had with all those pictures, I think that's washed away already with her attitude.
Yeah.
the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Pull up the text, Mr. J. Mr. J, pull up the text.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was you looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
It's going to be something like Henry
Did you
Cavill.
ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call, and if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
Okay. And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house.
We couldn't.
But you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway label, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No, that's
Okay.
just,
So you both hide?
no.
Okay. How does this work?
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that you're familiar with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules? Cool.
I understand how the
Okay. Explain to me what was your expectation. You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
Screw it, Sarah, just for that.
And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip them shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant, stand down.
Enter into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
You go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Oh, please let her play with the suitcase.
Yeah.
She's so used to having her hands handcuffed that her hands. I love this. I'm sorry, this is so petty, but I'm like. We'll say silky shirts make you look like you have more rhythm because you're not. You're all fling.
Make her show how much it was open.
Hey, I love you for doing this.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from your perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that your zip did shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I like it. Hold on.
No one wants Sarah down there.
Yes. Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
I like this very, very much. Now she's going to tell you, and again, his arms would have been here, and she's probably going to show that there was an opening on top. His arms would have been in a fetal position, unable to move any way out. I love this guy.
He's making her prove it, and she's not going to be able to cobble together any of this. Ma'am, he was trying to get you so you wouldn't bend over in your skirt and cause us all to vomit.
Can I just get her to ask for a safety pin? And say, oh, by the way, I have some I use for
Why
my
the hell
shorts.
does he need to help her
Just
get
demonstrate how
gloves
she zipped it
on?
shut.
I thought she excels at everything.
And do you remember what? Which one it was in?
Owens, get the hell away.
Safety pin. Safety pin.
This side.
No, and he can't put enough force on it to break the zipper. So,
Especially if he is upside down.
yeah.
Have at it, Miss Boone.
Just paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out,
earlier, the paper clip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paper clip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paper clip.
Not even a paper
We don't know
clip.
if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
You can unzip from the inside if you have grip strength, yes, but you also need mobility, because again, he will have been in this position. Well, this position.
Okay. When the judge has to ask you, would you like to use one of those magic lawyer words like objection? He's like, but
Yeah.
it's not fair, Your Honor. And he's like, would you like to object? Giblets. Oh my gosh.
Well, the defense asked if they could manipulate the evidence, and they said yes. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
And they opened this wide up. She said, she testified that she was very aware that, in multitudinous of her stories, that she left at least a hand or two fingers, distance. And now she's like, but this isn't even like the paperclip I used, and I don't even know what you're asking me. This is not the way you behave.
No, it's all kinds of stupid.
But
and I
I
love
think
it.
this is a wonderful, wonderful thing for the state to do. I think the state is again showing that none of her stories are consistent.
Yeah. And again, all of this just again proves to the jury, because the jury have just seen all the injuries to her poor body, that there was no evidence at any time George did it or when he did it. But very, very bad for her. And now they're going to see her describe how he could get his hand out. And right now she's thinking like a beast. And I hope she puts the opening on top of his head. On the top of because that's how she described it in the interview. If she puts it up there, there's no way his hand could get there, because
The objection was overruled.
Madam Court, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was.
Oh, now she's not going to be able to.
yes, over the head, impossible to get out of.
This was like here.
Okay.
Yep.
Right here.
You heifer ass heifer. Baker and I are getting our happy dancing going.
Sure.
Good. I assume this one was much closer. It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it, or?
No.
When you're done zipping it
How-
shut.
how
you
dumb are
see
you?
Inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Oh, Owens is up. Oh my. Oh my.
Well, the jury just found you guilty or innocent, Sarah.
I mean, it's not.
It's not physically possible to get out of that.
Yes, this one was on the image. Yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat.
Surprised Sarah didn't
And why
try to shove those gloves down her.
And why am I laughing and saying it's not possible? Because this is roughly the same size person in a suitcase. No way possible to have arms reaching out up here. You can't get your arm past your head and your shoulder. No way this is possible. This is the area she just said was open. He couldn't get his hand out to save his life. Yeah, and a woman is more flexible. But by putting it up here, she ruined her own case. Well, I hope they are good enough to show that. But yeah.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
What you just learned is there's no way his hand could have protruded from the suitcase in the way she claims. So she is lying again.
And so once he was zipped into there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
No, his hand couldn't get past his
Did you say this was the second
his
video?
arm would be against
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat.
Don't do that.
He's getting
You
angry.
have
and
to
trying
remember he's
escape,
like
correct?
this.
Right, I was not hitting him. Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. Then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem, it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
I don't like that. I would have played the video for her.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
Briefcase?
But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase,
Yes.
was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach again?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
Because we wanted her to blow up.
And she sort of did. She showed her horses behind. She had, cross amnesia.
All right, come on up, y'all.
Yeah. Are they
And the
gonna?
state had to
Are they going to wait for a rebuttal to say it's not
I-
humanly possible?
What I'm guessing is the state was also noticing the jurors, and we do
Yeah.
have one or two prior DV, victims in there. So they are probably treading a very thin, line. We're not wanting to, negate. These are bad facts. They did, explain this about George, but now the jury has finally seen some of this reality. So they had to be, yeah, they had to be thread the needle. And I think I think a lot more testimony is going to come out from the state's witness on battered spouse syndrome, from Brian, and from the family members. I don't think we need to attack Sarah, and I think that might be what the state's strategy is, because
Yeah,
some people might see her as a victim now.
Yeah, and they want to use closings to say she's a liar. And Pamela, yeah, we were talking about it's too smooth, that black eye. I never seen such a beautiful black eye unless it's on movies. Oh, she feels like the cat's pajamas right now, which is weird because cats don't normally wear pajamas. Well, she claims she was stomped in the face. Tom, she will be golfing with you before you know.
Hi, members of the jury. Thank you so much. It's 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that Justice, you must not talk about this case face to face. You must not talk about this case by using an electronic device.
Oh my
You
God.
must not
No
use
one
phones,
speak up.
computers, or other electronic devices to communicate.
It sounds
Do
like
not
I
send
wrote it
or
down.
accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information
Yes.
on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury,
Yeah, no,
excuse you
no
for the balance of
injuries
the
to
evening,
her.
and thank you so much.
Her eyebrow would have taken the blunt of the kick.
Yeah, your orbital bone projects. So if he was going with his, never mind. This is that one guy smiling over there like a damn jackal. Like, we did good today.
We smart people. We smart.
Seated. Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow. And the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Publix ate my homework.
Yes, sir.
had discussions with Ms. Boone. And she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right, so ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire for
understanding,
the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It's either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, state? Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses stuff. There's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her maybe in the morning or at lunch and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things that need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight. That didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what the plans were.
Deposition will be at, 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right, thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Courts in.
Well, Sarah was absolutely as obnoxious as expected. State could have gone harder. I think they are waiting for rebuttal witnesses to prove that it's not possible for her story to add up. And I think tomorrow will be a whole heck of a mess from the defense.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to try to call back Detective Copsel to give Sarah this, BS about the phone call, because Sarah's now claiming, you guys are lying to me. It's a trap. It's ensnarement. Now, unless they have call records that show that she called this woman from Brian's phone, then that's going to be another thing for the jury to say, hey, why is it you don't remember things, but you totally remember George's bad stuff? You don't remember taking that photo of the suitcase, but you
remember all the bad stuff, but none of the good stuff. And you can't, for the dead of you, put together a timeline that anyone can figure out. Well, the only thing to do, because I am running out of time, because I have to be out of bed at 5:30 tomorrow, is to enjoy the rest of your day. Marissa and Mo, maybe Jamie, if the SEALs survived, will be here tomorrow to take you through the day 4 in the Sarah Boone case. Could be over before we know it. Could be done by Friday, which we kind of hope it will be, because I had enough of that lying B word.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.